some good stream. How's it going, Memphis? Are you still working on the B game? Hit with a sudden desire to watch this channel. All right, I'm gonna run an ad now. Almost ready. No flowers. Dead bees. Okay, guys. I figured something out. I'm not going to say what, but it's really cool. But anyways, besides that, we're going to keep working on this thing. So we're going to do, it's basically a refactor day. We got a lot of code we're going to go through and try to clean up. It's bad. It's bad. So we're going to, there's like a million things. And it's still, this whole thing doesn't even work right the way we want it. So we've got to fix that too. And we've never, I never even got an Obsidian document for this whole thing, and I just committed the code to Git on Friday. That's how bad I've been about, I don't know that it was bad. I was locked in as far as trying to get this thing going, right? And now that we have like a first pass on it, we're gonna go back through our code and clean it up with the lessons learned. Let's add a Kanban board for this fucking thing. Sorry for cussing. Oh, I do have that one. Stream Kanban, Pachinko-esque chooser for Friday's player game. This is literally here, and this is done too. So, and we'll say raffle style game. So that happened. All right, so we have that done. Let's go ahead and say we're going to create a tag called tool. Tag sort order. Tag colors. There we go. Tool. It would be nice to steal these different colors. The rainbows. How's it going, Alex? Dude, let me type it in. Okay. No, Olex, but I'm taking lessons learned from pumping this thing out in a week. With the other stuff. Although, dude, it's the inner workings of like actually making something that you can release. It's just a whole different thing. This I can cheat with so much because I just need it to run on my machine, you know? And I don't, it's not even something that everything's like pre-scripted, and I can cheat so much with this. But it's like, oh, I've got to do the rotation for the hexagon, but then if the player moves the mouse as it's rotating, what blah 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 blah. Right, exactly. We're just getting started. We're gonna lose. Just getting started. So one of the things we could do is oh god, there's so much. Fuck. All right, let's go through this. So these two things here, this code here is shit. Nanimo, how's it going? I gotta put a little stream symbol next to you, Nanimo. For my own notes. Yeah, that would be so the problem with that right now is that the dummy, so we would need to find something where we could just change the overall color. So we have the surface material for, let me copy it. Let's try an override on that, on just the body. and see if we can do something. So we could do something like this. But like, so the helmets have their decal on it. So the body might make sense. The laser is matching their color. And like if we did, let me copy this and paste it on the arm, see what it looks like. See, the whole thing would be, should we do the whole thing like this? Is that weird? Maybe just the bracelet on the arm. See, that's the problem, is that's an individual portion of the texture. And so we start to run into some problems with that idea. We could do all of the gray color. So all the gray color we see everywhere. We can get rid of the helmet, but then we lose a place to put the decal. So we could pop the helmet off. And then all of the light gray elements we could have be the color from, and we could put the decal inside here, but that would be very hard to see. We should just have him wearing a lanyard. Do we have a floating decal over their head? Do we smack it on their face? When they die, do we show it? Like, I was thinking that when they die, a tombstone pops up. It's so weird to know your kids grow up without you in a way. Like, you do your inputs on them, but their experiences and stuff are not yours. So you can't... I don't know how to describe it. It's a weird feeling. There's the shoes. What about the just yellow color? We could change the quote-unquote skin color to match... In some ways they are. In some ways they are. Well, let's keep thinking about the color thing. I think it would be better not to have the helmet, though. The helmet looks goofy. Like, the more I see it with the helmet, it's so goofy. The other possibility is to use the other assets that this guy has. It just doesn't make sense to have, like, you know, like a dwarf-looking guy with, like, a laser gun shooting, or like a guy in armor shooting a laser rifle. I do like the idea of their heads falling off when they get eaten. Okay. Not getting sidetracked on that. Let's move on. What are we working on today? Jamply, we're gonna work on getting a lot of our code cleaned up here. We slapped a bunch of this out very rapidly, and so we're gonna try to refactor a lot of what we've done so we don't create a lot of debt. Because we busted this thing out. We also need different skeletons. That's actually not too hard to get going as well. That would be an easy one. I'm waiting to have kids until they solve human clothing. You want guarantees. There's a certain guarantees you want. Sometimes Olex makes jokes and I have no idea what he means. What? So I think the majority of our badness is in the game code. It's funny, I'm going around and I'm like, where's the bad code? That's not good. So we have this dummies finding target thing that we have going on here. First thing we do before we start running anything is let's see here. We're gonna go to stream assist. Oh, it's in the app data here. Let's get rid of this one. This is old. Okay. And we're gonna say we'll delete this one and rename. Okay, so that's the current data. We don't want to delete this because this is our good stuff. Olex coming in with the hot takes. So we had a bunch of weirdness here, and I had to slap in all of this stuff. Dummy finding target. Well, Lex, I think at this point, the people who say that as like a jab say it more than the people that they're supposedly making fun of. So append. I'm not happy with the way that we're golf clap from Johnson. I am not happy with this doesn't seem to work the way I'm expecting it to. So here's what I did. I thought it was brilliant, but I'm running into some issues with the way that Godot does the physics process. So what I did was I was like, well, not every. I know that eventually the scale of this is potentially going to be really big, like that there'll be a lot of soldiers on the screen, right? So I was like, okay, well, collisions could become an issue if I have a lot of them. So what I did was I took and I have a single area 3D, and what I'm doing is I am snapping this thing around like it's happening to all of the soldiers that need to find a target. This thing is like boop, 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 and it's just checking with this one thing. It's like, okay, here's your target, here's your target. So it's the same area, and it's just like popping around and giving them someone to shoot at, so that not every soldier has one collision shape on them, right? I thought that was being smart. and it works, but there are some weird cases where it's like there's just something going on where the soldier doesn't end up, the dummy doesn't end up with like a target. So I think in order to troubleshoot this, what we're going to want to do is slap some console information over the head of the soldier so I can visually see what the hell's going on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a label in a viewport and put a texture 2D over the head of the dude, a sprite texture 3D, or a viewport texture on the sprite 3D. Viewport. And then we're going to put a la bleu and viewport texture sub viewport. Okay. So now we have a la bleu. Let's go ahead and put this up high. I guess the texture doesn't need to be this big, apparently. This thing's huge. 128. Where the heck is 128 and a half? What was it in the TMNT? Ooh, dude, that movie is so good. I'm sorry. That movie to this day is probably the best comic book adaptation. The original TMNT movie. Can't get over it. Can't get over it. Boom, boom, boom. Do, do, do. So this is Pokemon music, right? Supposedly? The 2000s one was fun as well. 2000s one. What was that one? The latest one is really good too. I feel like they got the teenage part right for TMNT. 2000. Is that the CGI one? Yeah, yeah. Okay. It had the elevator scene. I don't remember that one as much. 2014. I haven't seen those. It's the only thing I remember from it. It speaks to its quality. All right. So now we can put a label over our guy's head. Might as well just have the background the way it is, and then we'll make the la blah stretch here, and then we'll center the text, and then let's just make sure. One thing I hate in Godot land is this weird problem of the view. Like, I'm inside this viewport, but I can't see anything about its makeup. I don't get to see it in here unless I take it out of the viewport. So I don't know if there's something here that can let me view this viewport, but it only shows the parent viewport contents. And so I literally don't get to see the damn, like, I'm in this viewport. I don't get to see what the label's doing. I just have to go on my history and knowledge of using Godot about what to do. This is so stupid. Anyways, all right. So we've got our la bleu, and we're going to call this debug label. But yes, guys, I have made a breakthrough of the sorts with Godot and a top secret thing that I'm working on. I'm very excited about it. I've also experienced that pain. I worked around it by reparenting the 2D stuff out of the sub viewport. Yeah, you end up having to make it into a separate scene that's instantiated, right? That seems like the best way to deal with it. But the problem is you're editing. Dude, it's so frustrating because then you're editing in the world viewport size, right? When you've got a set viewport size here, right? So it ends up like if you're trying to get something to look a certain way, it's just a nightmare. Yeah. I wonder what happens. Out of curiosity, I'm going to try this. I wonder what happens if we make a scene that is a viewport to start with. So it is a sub viewport to start with, and we add a label. What happens? I bet it doesn't show anything. It doesn't show anything. Imagine someone being so confused who's read the docs, and then they go and do that, and they don't see anything. They're like, what the hell? It's broken. And effectively it is. It is broken. Okay. Oh, is that where they start to freestyle? Yeah, yeah. It might have been empty, but it's still... let's try it again. I should still see the damn thing. Yeah, I don't see it. So, lame. So what you end up wanting to do is you have the root is a control, right? So you change it to a control. So long as you're not changing the viewport size, you could fix the parent control size to a certain size that everything is contained within, right? I guess it would start with a container and you would set a fixed size. And in theory, you could do it that way. It's just kind of, it's a lot to have to know. It is far too much mental model that you have to know about the engine in order to get going with it, right? It's too much. Okay, so we have our debug label, and I guess we'll just have a function called set debug, a setter. Heavens to Betsy. A value string. Munglo, what's up? Damn, it's a packed house today. I should stream on the weekends more often. It's all the homies are here. Okay, so now that we have the debug text, we're going to go back to the game code here, and we're just going to say what the state is for the dudes looking for a friend. Jesus Christ. So player dummy set debug looking, and then Justin, that was interesting what you were doing. And how about we say starting? Okay, we're gonna try this out. Dogwalk BRB. Sounds good. Play my game. Uh-oh. Did I break something? I think I might have pissed something off. I might have actually... Let's double check some stuff. I was working on something that shall not be named. Ooh, this is probably it. Yeah, we're going to get rid of that. Yeah, because we route... So this actually should go before... Alright, I'm going to put that there. Reload. I'm excited to see how the project that project develops. So it's like all math. Okay, so we need to update the dummy sprite 3D to be billboarded. Visual programming similar to what you see in Blender or Unreal, but is it Aya made it himself in Unity, so it's not featureful yet. Oh, it's made in Unity. Correct pronunciation. Okay, cool. That's super sweet. Chicken. My friends and I are playing cops and robbers with that police sim game. Mostly cops and cops. It is it is fascinating. It's fascinating how, if you're paying attention, and I know the game's actually not trying to do this, but if you pay attention, you can see how the power to abuse your power corrupts the power. Because it only takes one or two times and you start to confirm biases about certain things. Even the game can't prevent from happening. Because it's neutral about like demographics and stuff like that. The world does not have like an inner city or whatever in terms of like racial makeup or whatever, right? It's not doing any of that stuff. It's all random. The criminals, the crimes, the violations, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm talking about specifically, though, is even within that randomness, there are patterns, right? And so as somebody playing the game and knowing when you're crossing like legal boundaries of what you can and can't do as a cop, you're more likely to get closer to those boundaries when you have developed certain like you see patterns and you start to target and so on. And it's really fascinating. So like the game, for instance, the game has like there's cars with like dirtier cars than other cars. There's you pull someone over, there's a car accident, right? There's 3 cars and you come up to it and everyone says that guy is drunk. And so what are you going to do, right? And even we're noticing like when we interview, if somebody says that guy is drunk, the first thing we do is not talk to that guy. We talk to all the witnesses to start to corroborate that guy is drunk. And so we're instantly coming into it from a perspective of being told information and going to confirm that right off the bat. It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating. I know it's stupid, but it's really fascinating. But the game does have like you can violate rights of individuals, like overstepping a boundary. You know, if somebody does a certain violation, it doesn't mean you get to search the vehicle or whatever, stuff like that, right? You still can do it. And you can find crimes doing that. Yeah, it's interesting. Olex comes into my stream and sets up his soapbox. He's like, uh... It's funny because you say almost the same term, and it doesn't get flagged. We also found a possible bug in Godot right now where you cannot wait for an animation to finish on an await. And I don't know if it's because when I'm setting it to play right then and there, and then I'm waiting for it to finish. And I don't know that because it's not a tween, for instance, right? I don't know that I can actually do that. Could add it, yeah. I get weirded out doing stuff like that where I'm having the animation player like it's so easy to miss, you know? Like you could forget that you even have that going on. But you're right. They do, but it doesn't fire. So if I do an await on animation player animation finished, after I say for this one to play, the corresponding code after this will never execute. So I don't know that it's stuck on a perpetual like nothingness. It's waiting for nothing to finish. But I think it's because I think what I have to do is there's another way to queue an animation, right? So I think what I might have to do is instead of saying play, I say animation player queue. It's like queue something. Let's see. See, and it's not detecting that this is an animation player right now either. That's not helping. So Q, qua. Q is an animation for playback. Once the current animation and all previously quad animations are done. Well, play. Plays the animation. Elementile, how's it going? Hopefully I gave some good feedback yesterday. Boom, 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 boom. That's when I learned an important lesson. So it does show the Cricket learned an important lesson that day. He learned about the power of friendship. I do want to end my streams with the Doogie Howser ending music and have type up a little thoughts thing. Animation finished. So I don't know if the problem is I'm waiting on animation finished, but it returns a string. So do I need to? Do we need to await? But like, if I await animation finished, right? This is never gonna fire. So as soon as the ships come down, we should get to that. So right about here, it should freeze. It doesn't, right? If we tell it to wait on the length of the animation, that'll work. But if we tell it to wait on the signal that the animation finished, it never happens. So I'm not sure why. I wonder if so it comes from the parent, and it gives us an animation string name of the one that finished. This signal is not emitted if an animation is looping. Okay. We could double check that, I suppose. Spawn ground skeletons. Let's see. It's not set to loop. I did look this up. This is like a problem for people. Godot awaits animation finished. Using signals is a more stable and efficient approach. That would be great and all. You know, it'd be really nice is if it was more like a tween, if we could say play, and then we could attach connect, a function to call at the end when the animation finishes. That'd be nice. And then that way we don't have to key the fucking thing in the stupid ass. Cricket's cussing a lot. Honey, I'm scared. Ready. Are you doing this for rewinds? No. It's just that when the animation finishes of them crawling out of the ground, we just need to change their state is all. So we'll connect a signal. I don't want to do that. I just like to be able to just read. It's this happens, then this happens, then this happens, then this happens. If my code starts to become what I call choose your own adventure code, I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it. I know you planned it. Can't stand it. I know you planned it. Animation finished. Connect. And then we're going to say animation finished. Can't stand it. I know you planned it. Animation finished, and it's going to be animation name string void. And then we do all this here. So then we go like this. And only if animation name is spawn ground skeletons. This is some stupid stuff here. I don't like this, but whatever. What are we mad about? Match. I'm trying to do a match. I'm writing an if like a match. Match. Okay. And I guess this await physics frame we could do here. And let's see if we're still working. Blah. Oops. So we don't need the timer either. So now going from, we can read it all in one function call. We now have a signal that we're connecting on ready. And we have to follow that when this finishes playing, we have to just sort of carry in our mental load now that when it finishes, if it's this one, then this thing happens, right? And it's in a different spot in our code. So this is great. This is great. It went great. It went good. The battle system thing is very bare bones. I don't even have a celebration for the winner. I literally have to manually move the camera around when the battle is happening because I don't have any camera movement yet. And so on. But it worked. It did its job. Set deferred on base. Non-existent function set deferred. Did I spell deferred wrong? It looks like I might have. Is set deferred a global scope thing? It's still Friday somewhere. It's 1F. Way to go, spelling master. Thanks for letting me know I got it wrong. It's 2 R's. I flipped it. How embarrassing. Okay. Let's try it again. Yes, but here's the other thing about this whole system. I should be able to set this up to be in the browser. And actually, we could do that right now. It's just that it would create troubleshooting while I'm doing this development work. It would make troubleshooting a bit more of a pain in the ass. So we're not going to do that. Okay, so we've got some overhead information about our guys looking. We got dudes dropping like flies here. No firing, no guns. Why is nobody shooting? So I don't think that our dummies are looking for... And I've done nothing to the code here to change anything. So I'm wondering if we're monitorable or not. Let's say we're going to set up the collision shades here. And go down. That guy's shooting. See, no sound. Why no sound? I'm wondering if it has something to do with, is there on the sound monitoring, is there a distance? Audio listeners not on the camera here, so we're going to set that on. But is there some sort of distance thing about sound that I'm not aware of? How's it going with you, Els? How's Whisperstone? So see, we're not finding any bros. I think part of it is our view area is not yeah, I think we can do this in a more intelligent way. I think I see how I'm going to do that there. Gotta run around. Talk to you later. All right, see ya. Cheers. Have a good weekend. Apparently my phone was updated to iOS something last night. So where's dummy coming from? Dummy's finding target, so we pop it from the debug it previously, but we're doing an early return here. So we shouldn't, if the instance is invalid, we shouldn't do it. Previously freed on a null instance. Ugh. So here's how this is working. Like I said, so we have one... By the way, Monday we're going to get back to working on the Hexagon game. The only time I'll be working on this thing on stream is at nights. Okay, so you're not going to be seeing me doing this during, unless there's like a cool thing that we're pushing for or something for it. Okay, so the only time I'll be working on this is on nights, and then we're going to be going back to the Hexagon thing come Monday. But right now, what we're doing is we are Cricket After Dark. we have an array that we're adjusting who's looking for someone to attack, right? So we have an array of elements, and they're pointing to, this is why you need, I'm using references and not an index, right? Because I slapped this code out. So I think changing things to just an index to look things up with is probably what we're needing to do here. But the problem is, because we're actually pointing to the node, and we need to free the node occasionally, we end up with a bunch of invalid targets because they have been freed. When the dummies die, they get removed from the world of the game. And so when we iterate on that stale data, we end up running into these kinds of problems. Now, what's up, Cracker? How's it going, Doddle? How's it going, Honky? What? Oh, God. It's been so long since I did any real client changes. I have accumulated quite a bit of rust in my GDScript skills. No pun intended. No pun intended. So let's look at this. We're paused here. Can we move around on a pause state? No, we can't. That's a bummer. That's a shame. So I'm thinking that our scale of our look area is just too small. I think that might be part of the problem. Things are going all right. Things are going all right. We busted this thing out. Now we've got a bunch of code debt. My wife's doing farmer's market. It looks like it's going good. Oh, the police game. It's on Dad Pass. Yeah, let me get it up on the Xbox. Hang on a sec. I can show you on here. It's on all platforms. I think it's on Steam and everything. It's I was just talking about it earlier. It's so silly, dude. It's so great. It's so great. Here it is. Police simulator, patrol officers. This is this is what you're doing. She probably had a DUI. You're not always just arresting, and it's not always car accidents. This is weird that it's so focused on car accidents. Yeah, you can check. You can find speed violations. Yep, you could detain people. It's fun to play with a friend. It's got 2-player multiplayer co-op. So having a buddy in the car with you, one of the other players can find infractions and stuff like, or violations and stuff like that of the law. Yep, you put out traffic cones. It's good stuff. We haven't gotten to this. Dang, some serious crime happening here. Casings on the ground. can we go in the garage? We've never even done that. I didn't know that. I'm looking at this, like, discovering things. Most cops I know suck. Yeah. Yeah, so you can you commit hate crimes? You can violate people's rights 100% in the game. That's what I was talking about earlier. The game doesn't create every crime, every criminal is random. There's no like groups of people that it's like, oh, this person's more likely to commit a crime or something like that in the game. But it still has that, even in the randomness. And that's where I was talking about. It's fascinating because it lets you see how the discrimination from police officers starts. Because you start to take shortcuts because you're trying to like get as many bad guys as possible. And so you start to see how it happens. It's really interesting. The game is not trying to do that, I don't think. But it is very procedural in so much as like it's very like it's the tedium of like something will happen and you'll be like, oh God. Oh, we shoot the guy with the camera first. So like you'll be doing some sort of traffic accident and getting reports from everything like that. One of your guys is taking pictures and it's like, oh my God, this guy is totally drunk. I got now I got to do all this stuff because he's drunk. And it's that kind of thing. And you're like, oh fuck. And then while that's happening, some rubbernecker rear ends somebody else. Right. And so you're like, ah, fuck. You're like, damn it. So then you got to deal with that too. So it's stuff like that. There's a lot of emergent gameplay in it, where you know, like you'll pull somebody over or whatever, and they'll be all kind of shifty looking, and then they'll start running, and you're like, what the hell's going on? And you have to go after them and like stop them. That happened to us once. He tested positive for amphetamines. And then he just took off. He was like, he just started running, and it was like, oh shit, we never had that happen before. So we had like, it was like, how do I get my taser out? I don't know. I have to stop him. How do I stop him? Yeah, it's silly. It's silly. It's like playing with toys. It's like playing with dolls or something but it's fun. So let's fix this problem by just having a dummy dictionary. And we'll just call it dummies. And it's a dictionary of dummies. And an array of relevant data. Okay. And all of this stuff goes in here now. That's what we're going to do. So in a compiled language, I could easily see what's wrong when I go to build. But if I try to access any of these fields, this is why it's so important to start giving class names and stuff to everything. There's no canines. We were talking about this. Because most cops will stall, right? They'll, because they want to get the canine search on you, because they want to find something, right? So they'll, like the bad cops will pull you over, and then they're going to stall the ticket process. If they start asking questions about it, like, do you mind if I search the car or anything like that? And you say no, they're going to instantly start stalling because they want to get the dog. But there's nothing like that in the game. There's no canine in the game, which is kind of a bummer. But you do sort of you level up your. You start out as a guy who's just writing traffic tickets on the street. You know, you're just checking meters, and then you go through the ranks basically. And you can die. You can die. You can get fired. You can, in a single day, you could violate so many rights that they're like, we have to let you go. Which is actually very unrealistic, given given what I'm learning. All right, so when we this is what I'm talking about, though. I can't find out easily. I've done this, right? But I believe in Godot, if something grabs something else from here, you know, I can't easily. I'm not going to get these kinds of errors, save for inside the class, unless something's changed about the. All right, so when we drop ship, this is when we instantiate our dummies. So we do our dummies, and then this is where instead of appending here, we're gonna set our data the way we want it. So we are gonna put dummies in the dictionary. Oh, we need to we need to just go like this. So a lot of stuff on Game Pass. Game Pass is surprising. I call it Dad Pass. But Game Pass is for a parent, for a dad who doesn't have time to keep up on like what's hot and what's not. It's pretty decent. Player dummy, and then we just set up an empty array. And then what we could do is we could create an enum that's our lookups for the array, our indices. So what we could call it is dummy data. Dummy stats, we'll call it dummy data. So then we have position. I don't know why we're even using, hang on a second, what is this about? Okay, it's not actually what we think it is here. So we might want to keep we'll see. Target status. I don't think we need dummies alive anymore after this. There's a lot of them all over the place. Oh my god, this is going to get rid of a lot of crap. Okay, this is good. Fire department simulator. It has a spray paint simulator as well. It's got power washer sim. It's got automobile sim. It's got like all these sim games for some reason. I guess they're finding out what people like to play on them. And it's got Game Pass on the PC has a bunch of games that are not on the console. So it's got like the whole Red Alert remastered series and all that stuff. I believe that's all on the PC side of Game Pass. So there's a bunch of PC games that are essentially you won't see on the console on Game Pass as well. Yeah, like the Age of Empires games, Anno, like there's a bunch of those. What else? But yeah, it's got a lot of good ones right now. The Fallout, the OG Fallouts, the two original Fallout games before 3. And it has Fallout Tactics, which I don't think is good. I'm kind of going through the list right now. But you get the idea. I think it had persona there for a little bit. So then what we're going to do is on this array for dummy data, we're going to size. So we're saying dummies, dummy data, but then we want to resize the array. So for this dummy, resize, and we're going to size it to the enum. Okay. So now we can use the enum as an index into the array. Make sense? So if we want to access an element inside the array, we go like this, and then we say dummy data dot, and like in my case, it's like, oh, well, I want the target status, whatever that's set to. So I go like that, and that gets me the index. So then we have this, right? So now we want to do that, right? We want to set the target status to a target status. So we're going to have another set of enums here. Target status and looking. Is it all caps like this? I forget. Looking found. Okay. So now we have that. So then we say target status, target status. And this is the thing that sucks about arrays. Like you can't type things in here. It's all enums. I mean, we could say this is an array, a specific array type, a packed. Could probably do bytes. I'm not familiar with but it could be a packed in array. Doesn't need to be that big. Does that work? How do you instantiate from a... That's the constructor? That's how you do it? I guess it's because it's a variant. Is that... Huh, I've never done that before. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll see. Target status. Looking. Dummy positions find. So we're going to keep dummy positions for now, because I think we need that. And that is a list of random coordinates that the dummies can land on. We're going to get rid of the finding target. And whether or not the dummy's alive, we don't need the dummies alive anymore. Then we add it to the scene tree. Okay. So this, right after instantiation is probably the best place to put this. Like that. We also learned recently you don't want to connect to a signal until after you add the child. Otherwise, it's Nothing happens. Didn't know that. Idle dummy. So we're binding. We're connecting idle to idle dummy. Dummy. So the dummy tells us that it's idle. So then we say dummies. Dummy. Target status goes to looking. No, it's just straight up target status. It's dummy data target status. Okay. Target status is looking. Okay. And this can be a local function because we're not... Yeah, I'm feeling good about this so far. I mean, it'll be easier for me to read. So when I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on here, I should hopefully be able to parse this a little bit better because this is some shit. This is what you get when you pump something out in 4 days. It's just like, wow. Okay. So kill target gets called from where? From whence do you get called? Spawn. From the enemy. The enemy says kill the target. Okay. Kill target, and then we have the dummy. So now we're doing all of this craziness, right? We don't have to do any of this stuff. We can simply say to kill the dummy target. Right. Okay. This is all gets easier. Okay. So this looks like this. Then let me see. We're checking any sizes here. Size is greater than 1. So then we say dummies size greater than 1. And dummies has the target. Then it do have that target. So then we say dummies, is erase removes the dictionary entry by key. Okay. And then we tell the target to die. I too felt he had to die. And then we say else if what a way to say something. If the dummy size equals 1, then we say, we print debug a message, a winner is you. How embarrassing is that? Okay. Look at that. Look at that cleanup. That's some sexy cleanup. Let's admire our handiwork so far, huh? Let's go here. Can you get to the terminal from, you know what? Has anyone made an extension that's just the damn terminal window down here? Come on. Because that would be nice. GD term, Godot in editor terminal. No. You put it down here. No. Terminal within Godot. Yes, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. Okay. Cares, how's it going? Why does this look like crap? Okay. Never mind. I'm asking too much. God bless it. Write your own. This guy might get it. He didn't. He did not get it. Failed the assignment. I do wish that Godot had the Godot itself had plugins, and that it wasn't on a per project basis. You could have like global things that change the Godot behavior that aren't associated with any particular project. That'd be nice. Okay. So this makes us do a giant for loop, which we don't want. We're trying to think optimized, right? But it's fine. And it's really not, it's not bad because we're going to stop as soon as we find one. So this is not the worst thing in the world. So for each dummy and dummy, we're going to look at dummy data, target status. So if dummy data target status equals target status looking, then we say see, we were being clever. Oh, this is bad. So we move the position of the enemy's area that's looking for some good stuff. And then what we're going to need to do is keep track of who it's checking on right now, right? And actually, he's actually being pretty smart here. I think we can do this. I think we can do it like this now. This might work. No, this is this'll compound. All right. This isn't exactly more optimal, but here's what I'll do. We are going to put the nearby enemies this on the dummy. But what we're gonna do is we'll turn it on and off when we're looking and not looking, right? So it'll be on by default, and then when we're not looking, we'll just shut it off. That seems to make sense. So then we'll have a signal target found, target, and this is the enemy. Okay, and then we are either looking for a target or we are not looking for a target. We are going to use our code that we have here to find the nearest target. We'll do that. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I shall return. All right. I gotta go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Okay. Dude, the color is all wrong on my camera right now. I'm wearing a purple shirt, believe it or not. So we want to find the shortest distance. Gotta hold that thing up. Those are probably like $100 or something. Doesn't help that I have like 7 different lights in here with different color temperatures. So the camera is like, I don't know what to do. What do you want me to do? See, this is gonna be shit. See, I don't know. So if position distance to area is less than position distance to current target, so if current target is null, okay, so we always have a current target. Distance to current target. So this comparison will only fire if this isn't true. Current target equals the parent. So really, okay. So okay. Um so we have some of this code worked out. Dude, what is going on with the microphone right now? I'm beginning to think we don't even need this anymore. Because of how I'm doing this, which is fine. I'm finding myself a little disappointed with we don't even need an idle state at this point. Okay, that's looking good. I don't think we need this. Okay, that's looking good. All right. How's everybody doing this weekend? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Enemy entered. We're shooting. We have our target that we're shooting. So what is calling shoot in the game code? Nothing. So basically when an enemy enters, that's what causes us to shoot. If we're shooting emit signal idle, then we continue to shoot, right? So now this is confusing to me because we do wait for this animation to finish and it supposedly works. Actually, this might explain. I wonder. Yeah, that's weird. Why does it work here? I think there's something funky with some of the physics stuff. I'm thinking there's something funky. So we are learning that we don't want to wait for what we should do is create a so there should be an aim and a shoot function. This is stupid. And then we're going to do, oh God, see, I hate this. And it's all because of how we have to make sure that we're responding to signals properly from animation player. Bleh. Bleh, I say to you. This is awful. God, this is horrible. I think this is just gonna go now. I hate that I feel like I've taken some horrible code and replaced it with some horrible code, but some of this is just a result of using Animation Player, though. Like, oh, whoops. It's like I've forgotten how signals work in Godot. It's almost like I don't use them that often. Ah, we don't have aim. So we're only firing when another target comes into play after we've had one. Trying to figure out a few of these bugs, trying to get this clean. And they only shoot once. Ah, yeah. Because there's nothing to tell them to shoot again. So this is gonna work either. Oh, the zombies weren't dying. Whoops. Okay, we gotta fix that. Fiero, what's up? Making food's nice. See, why do these fools... Star Wars Zombies, yep. Codex, what's up? Invalid type, expected float. Yeah, no, it is the invalid type. That's weird. Hang on a second. I'm grabbing this from here. Why are you giving me the invalid type? It should just be a float. Why is it trying to set it as a... I think I found a bug. I think I found a bug. Yeah, I can't key the individual value because it's the wrong type. Let me try... That's weird. Let's try an individual X position. What do we get here? Yeah, it's giving me a vector 3 instead of a float. I mean, I'd like to believe that, except that it has a big giant error message saying that it's wrong down here. It's telling me if I float over this, invalid expected type float. So it's literally when I do the key, I didn't have much luck with animator junk on the albedo color or emissions. I've been able to do that okay. But it's literally giving me the wrong type to key, which is weird. And it's not like I can pick the keying type. This is weird. Yeah, if I hover over the track. Now this is weird because right here, the initial, if I don't set a value and I insert a key, it's fine. It says that it's a float. But if I set a value, all right, I'm going to try this a different way. Can I key the individual? I can't. See, it wants me to key the entire property. But I don't want to zero out the rotation of X or Z. I guess what I could do is rotate the camera down. I could bring the camera up and then point it down. Let's do that. So we're centering the gimbal. And then we're going to say the battle camera position Y is 10. And then we look at the gimbal. Okay. Did it originally key the entire rotation property? Yeah. Yeah, it created 3. But if I try to key the individual rotation value, then it it needs to look at a position. There we go. Some of these homies just don't fire on anyone. I think it's because of the damn okay. What the fuck? I changed one thing. How is that breaking everything? The radiuses aren't growing. And therefore, they're not finding anybody. And when they do, it's only when... I've got to be misunderstanding something about collisions and masking. How many times do you have to learn this lesson, old man? This is true. Rigid Body 3D has it built in. Yeah, I think anything that has a transform, anything with a transform, you're going to get access to that, I think, right? Now that I understand any of that shit. Only Rigid Body 3D. Oh, okay. Defined by one or more collision shapes or collision polygon 3D child nodes, it detects whether a collision object 3D enters or exits it. It also keeps track of which collision objects haven't exited yet, i.e. which ones are overlapping it. This node can locally alter or override physics parameters. Area and bodies created with the physics server 3D might not interact as expected with area 3Ds. Using a concave polygon shape inside a collision shape 3D of a child node may give unexpected results. So we have collision object 3D, we have collision layer and collision mask. The physic, so collision layer is the first one in the list. the physics layers this collision object is in. Collision objects can exist in one or more of 32 different layers. Collision mask. The physics layers this collision object scans. Collision objects can scan for more than. Note, object A can detect a collision with object B only if object B is in any of the layers that object A scans. What I'm to collide with. Right. So that's what's throwing me off, because everything seems fine with it. We're not doing anything with hit area, right? Just in connects. And then we just have area 3D. This is whether or not we're monitorable. Hit. If our health is less than or equal to 0, we die. I almost think Is it possible? See, I'm wondering if we do have a so it's area 3D. Right. Yeah, we could just make a really big target area finder for one skeleton that we spawn. And then figure out what the fuck is happening. But see, that's not... I think that then we won't see the problem. Because I think it's about entering the area. I think that's the issue. We'll make this really big. And then we'll force it to spawn one soldier. No, no, this is just the physics bodies interacting. It's just not behaving the way I'm expecting them to for the area stuff. And then we will spawn one enemy. We'll get rid of our timer, and then we'll spawn one enemy. Okay, so one guy, one enemy. Now, I have a feeling he's going to shoot him fine as soon as he walks in. No. It's got to be a masking thing. It's got to be a masking thing. So we're looking for... Now, let's look at... On the script here, we should... For the dummy... Let's double check. On the dummy, we have nearby enemies. Okay, so this is us. We are a dummy. We are looking for enemy. Monitoring. The area detects bodies or areas entering and exiting it. Monitorable. Other monitoring areas can detect this area. We can uncheck that. Because we're not caring about that. Wait a minute. Oh my god! No. Yeah, layer and mask. Okay, now we're fine there. Fuck. Okay, thought I had it. Priority. Okay. So then, when an enemy enters, we should hit a break here. And we are connected to nearby enemies area entered here. This is a thing. We're expecting an area 3D. on the right. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking for enemies. The skeleton mignon. This is looking for dummies. This is looking for dummies. And this is an enemy. And we're not monitorable at first. We should become monitorable after our zombie wake up animation finishes playing. So if we go to enemy, we should become monitorable once this spawn animation finishes playing. And we're connected to animation finish. Okay. So let's confirm. I'm going to set collision to, because at this point, nothing is making any fucking sense. I could set these up as tools too. Get him. God bless it. Let's confirm that we have something here of value. Oh, we didn't wait fast enough. We were too fast. concave polygon. Wait, what? Where did I see that? Who had the okay, hang on. Somebody had a concave polygon. Who was it? It was... I think I pissed it off. Chicken. God, it's such a basic collision thing to deal with. I swear that said it said concave. I saw concave somewhere. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I mean, are one of these not processing? Let's see. Well, now... Could not buy an already in use. Ah, damn. Now we gotta go to task manager and kill something? There's some phantom. Can I see the PID? No, because that would be useful, right? I would want to be able to see that. Oh, there we go. So this is the oldest one. God. Emitted when the received area enters this area. Requires monitoring set to be set to true. I'm starting to feel like it's the overlaps. But let's look at the running. Let's pause the scene. And let's just look at. So we have our enemies here. So we just have this one here. And presently, let's look at. This is what it is. And it's not monitoring or monitorable. So this is not getting flagged. This is our problem. So if I check these boxes, it's going to work. So it should be monitorable. That's all we care about. If I uncheck that, just have monitorable. We got it. So the problem is on the enemy side. Specifically, Area 3D. These two things are not happening. And we're seeing that actually because we are not... We're not hitting these breakpoints. Animation player spawn, ground skeleton, animation finished. Animation player is right here. So is this not part of the scene tree yet when we do the signal connection? Scene trees are built backwards. So do we need to wait? This isn't firing. Hang on a second. What? Okay, so then we spawn. There is an animation player. Animation finished. Animation string name. Animation name. Can we not match on a string? Now hold on a second. We should get a breakpoint here, right? Animation finish, spawn at. But ready isn't. I think I know what's going on. Okay. Add child. Let's look at the order that these two things happen in. Hit area, connect, kill. Why are we doing this here? This should be here. That's weird, right? Spawn position, and then we play. That seems. This all seems fine. Okay, so that fires. This fires. And then we never get the next step, which is that we need this animation finished to happen. So why four is it not? Why 4 is that not? Why come? Why come no tattoo? Why come you don't have tattoo? Okay, so we know the problem again with this animation finish nonsense. The hell's the issue here? This is a signal. Animation finished notifies when an animation finished playing. And it's saying it won't if it's a loop. But we know... Yeah, it's a little outdated, isn't it? Spawn ground skeletons. And this is not a loop. Just to confirm, we're playing it. Now, Dummy has me concerned about this. What is going on with animation finished? It's acting... My Godot is acting as though there's something weird about animation finished. Now, let's just... We do see it. See, it's making me think that... Some chill music right here. Almost reminds me of Thievery Corporation, but not quite. Now, let's go over to our scene and our enemy and the animation player. Can we view if it's playing? Here's the enemy's animation player. It is playing the ground skeleton. It switches over to walking. Oh! Yeah, it would never finish. Because it never finishes playing. Because we do... this process step here. What tells it to start walking? Find target. When does find target happen? Is game saying find target? No. Dude, I don't think the brakes are working right now. Because the only place that says find target is here. So this has to be firing. Or this. This is it. So this never happens. Then we never go to find target. We have no valid target because we don't have a target. And it's null. And then we go to find one. Okay. Hang on a second. We're going to uncomment this so that we can see that race is a race condition. It's always about a race condition. Okay, so I'm gonna let you finish. All right. We're getting there. Okay, so then we want to see a break here. It's gonna get up, and then we get the break. Okay. Well, shit, guys. How do they expect... Whatever. Okay. So now we have this, then we find target, and then we go through the loop. Okay. And we also kind of need to say, hey, the game's over. So if the health... All right, so let's fix our targeting code. So we'll just say targeting. Looking for target. Is a bool. And by default, it's false. True. Okay. Well, no, we're going to say false because we only want to set it to true once the animation finishes playing. So instead of running find target, we're going to say looking for target equals true. Okay. And then go back to the process step here. If looking for target and this needs to be a Let me see if the neighbor's out. I'm gonna play fetch with Cal. Yeah. Be right back, guys. All right, back. Okay, so we've got just a little bit of code that we have to kind of improve here, and I think we'll be back to playable. And then I'm feeling pretty good about what we got here. It's hot out today, boys. We're looking at 82 Fahrenheit. Just hot enough to be annoying. Okay, so here's where we'll do that. Got it. Okay, so we're gonna copy this, put everything back. If the health is here, so, and this shouldn't be elif. This is okay. This is why we had so many weird issues. Okay, let's see how this works. Okay, so that's correct. So close here, boys. It's not monitoring. So is this still not doing it? All right, fine. The pig. Stop. The pig.
He's getting Calvin all.
Because he's an awful dog. You hear that, Mr. Pig?
Come on.
You're an awful dog, Mr. Pig.
You need to be able to relax a little.
No. No, Mama. All right, I think we're golden. So the last thing we want to do is get the targeting system to find somebody to scale when it can't find somebody, right? And our countdown is every 1 second. So now when we spawn an enemy, every second it should grow its radius until it finds a target. It's looking. He's going like this. Where is somebody? Where is somebody? Well, gall darn it, I don't see anyone. And he's looking. He's looking. He's looking all over the place. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. Did it go good, sweetie?
Yeah, really good. I have 1 bag of bagel chips left. I took 6, I think.
People like them, huh?
Yeah, and I have only like half a basket. Well, 2/3 of a basket full.
2/3 of a basket full of bagel chips. Oh my goodness.
No, bagels.
Oh my goodness. And a little tiny pug.
Plains and garlics.
You know, little tiny pug. You should have come with Mama. You would have brought everyone over. Free marketing.
Do you think having like advertising that there's dog hair in the house is helpful for?
I don't know.
He is very cute. I'd have to like tie him to the canopy.
Yeah.
Winnie's canopy blew over in the wind, knocked her whole table over. Got to stake it.
Those are dangerous. There just was in Australia. 6 kids died from a bounce house not being properly tethered down, and it flew up in the air and like super high in the air and fell down, and a bunch of them died.
Oh my god, that's awful.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna need to. Okay, I'll just put you
I'm wondering why the hitbox approach versus just scanning an array of opposing models. Yeah, I just don't have the data set up that way. That's why. We could do that. I don't know. I kind of want. I mean, I suppose I could just do that. Yeah. Again, see, now we're stuck in what I made land of thinking. So I was just trying to bust this out as quick as possible, and I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah. Well, I think I don't know how expensive the distance to calculation is. I imagine it's a simple I actually don't know the answer of cost. Yeah. I really don't know the answer to that question. But no, that's a cleaner way to do it. There is a squared, yeah. Yeah, the area stuff is more for physics body manipulation, right? So I'm not using it the right way, because like this is, you can apply gravities and things to, so I can create a planet with a gravitational pull, right? And so that's more like what we would want to do with an area 3D. So I don't think that I'm quite using the right tools for the job. I'm with you on that. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is it probably should just be the array, because we could potentially be in the, if I get enough people on Fridays, it could be in the tens of thousands. It'll be a fun problem to like deal with when we get to that point, if it ever happens. I guess I could simulate it too, right? And we could just try it. But yeah, I think you're right. I think on the core game loop, if we just had the arrays of the enemies and the dummies, and we just, when we wanted to figure out a target for an enemy, and ray scan is just in. Yeah. So this definitely isn't, and I'm not liking how this is turning out. I'm not liking, there's a lot I'm not liking. Frankly, with the animation player, I find myself disliking certain things about it every time I have to use it. Slindy, how's it going? But anyways, I think we've got it. So let's go back to the core game. For now, and put it back to the way it was. Writing a spec. Nice. One thing I do like about this approach is that there is a certain amount of time between the scan. So in theory, there's a bit of a delay, but you can build that delay in, I guess, based on distance. Let's get rid of the collision shapes. We'll do the array thing like you guys are saying. It's essentially what this is becoming, isn't it? Look at this guy just blowing these guys away. Okay, so it's not total shit now. It's not total shit. Channel points for use as well. I feel like using channel points for pushing back in the game would be interesting. Senpai, what's up? More zombies, etc. Yeah, I think it would be cool to have like backup soldiers or backup. Like, what would be cool is it more support, not antagonizing, to drag it out longer, so that the people who aren't having their game played can help a brother out, kind of thing. Like maybe support. It would be like exclamation point support, and then a certain person's name. And then a dropship would come down, and just like in Clone Wars. Well, it wasn't called Clone Wars. What was the movie called? Something with clones. Attack of the Clones, right? But in that they had the ships, and they were just shooting from the ships. So chat could to separate chat from the events. those ships could come in and help shoot the undead coming up and kill them. Attack on Titan, yeah. Commands wouldn't work so well here. There. The points are redeems. Yeah. Yeah, but we could do redeems. If we're gonna start doing stuff like that, though, then I need to have a really good system for swapping my redeem list in and out to something else, which is, I think, a pain in the ass right now. Senpai in silence, thank you for the follow. A doggo head pass from Slendy. Did you see the pug, Slendy? Yeah, Codex. You really need an easy way to pull in and out, like I'm streaming this, I'm doing a IRL stream right now, or I'm doing a maker stream or something, and you just need to be able to swap out your everything that's sort of related to that in your Twitch stuff pretty easily. Be right back. I'll go get Mr. Pig. Passionate love from the pig. Passionate love from the piggy. Okay, hang on. Everybody wants to see you. Everybody wants to see you. Hold still. Hold still. Don't be such a puppy. Don't be such a puppy. Oh my god. Oh my god, Mr. Pig. Oh my god. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. No, other side. Other side. Say hi to them. Say hi. They want to see you. They're not me. Oh. I love you. My god, you're breathing heavy. Oh. Oh, say hi to everybody. Say hi. I'm a little puggy. I'm a little pug. I'm a chinchy chancho little puggy. Oh, yes, I is. Oh, yes, a little puggy. I'm just a little pug. Just as hard as I am. Oh. Breathe for everyone. Breathe for everyone real good. All right. Gotta kick you out. Out you go. Enjoy the heat, mother effer. All right. There's the pug. Pig or .hog file extensions. So while he's doing the game thing, it has redeems, support, etc. versus IRL. Have kissed stranger or something. I saw a dog on my walk today that was just wandering around. I almost stole it, but the owner came around the second. Should have stole it anyways. Knocked him out. Take care of your dog. I'll do it for you. All right, the array thing is the right way. You guys are right about that. I was being dumb. See, this is the problem. Like, oh, God bless it. Sometimes when you're trying to do fast, it actually makes it worse. So, go back to this dummies array. Which we have. We actually have a dummies array. And a dummy can tell us when it needs a target, right? We could do that. And then we can do an array of enemies. Should we do this or this? What do you guys feel? Oh. And when we spawn an enemy, so really the only time we need collision that we'll keep for now is I think when an enemy enters, I think that's fair. I'm gonna keep this going for the for the dummy. Actually, I think no. Thank you, we're gonna lose. We're gonna commit to this change here, boys. So find target, we're gonna get rid of. Hit area, that's when we can attack. So we can get rid of these two. Okay, we're officially broken again. And this is the thing that one of the things that sucks about Godot is everything's not in code, right? So we have this disconnect between the scene tree and our code where we can break our code and we get no indication that something is busted in the scene trees format. I mean, one way they could potentially fix that. One way they could fix that is if. I mean, but that's the whole like subclassing thing that people like to do. I just mean that I can reference a element in a scene tree, whether or not it exists or not. I'm not going to get a warning in my code that something's wrong, and I get it because I get it. It's just I'd almost like to be able to say, hey, look. I'd say, hey, look, like that shouldn't even be allowable. Yeah. Look, this script is specifically tied to this scene, right? And then have what I want. I inject everything. I don't reach for anything. So you would do like export var animation player, and then you would go here if it lets me. That's weird. Let me reload. Do I have to do a new line? Why are we not seeing the export? Am I in the wrong? Oh, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the enemy. Okay, so if we go to enemy, if we go to mignon, or where is I in game? Where was I? Where I was making that change? Oh, I was in game. Okay. It's like, why am I not seeing it? Dummy, animation player. Then we go here. There we go. And then we would drag this into here. Dude, I'm with you on that. I feel like if I go like this, I should see, and I specifically if I click on this, I should see the script for it. But sometimes, you know, I get it. It's not very intuitive. You can get lost real easy. So yeah, so then you have the animation player, you refer to the animation player. And the only thing about that is you would need to check for null and then escape an error. So, but that's fine. Let's do that. So I guess on ready, we could just say, hey, if this doesn't exist, something went wrong. Okay. I mean, I suppose you still do the mothering anyways, but this does mean you don't have to refactor your code when you move something in the scene tree. Like if you decide to, but I guess that's the same point. This is why they have the access scene unique name as well. In theory, is like you can move it around, but then if you change the scene unique name, your code is broken. So this is better. I like it. I think we're doing that going forward. So anytime we see green, we nuke the green. Now, is there a way in our project settings to force this in the GD script side? Let's see. Can I just force myself to do this? Like, can we say don't allow... See, this is why you want external editors. Because this... confusable. Is it picking up the fan? Why is my mic going crazy right now? Let me see what you guys are hearing. Yeah, it's the AC. I guess I could. I see it just turned off, so now I can't. Damn it! I can't just test it. Oh well, next time. Assert always true. So assert needs to be assert bool. Okay, so we could just assert this. Assert bool. So we say if it's not null. Let me see if this is right. I always get confused about assertions. It's always inverted from how my mind thinks about what I'm doing. Oops. So I think the way to think of assertions for my brain is to say I assert that animation player is not null. And then if that's not true, then it yells, right? So here's a question. Does this break when I move it? Oh, no, it's not gonna. Okay, that's fine. So there is. Okay. That's good, Sarah. Thanks, Pagurli. I like that I go into someone else's chat and you're like, the first thing you tell them is like, hey, this guy has politics you might not like. I was cracking up. I was like, what? Well, it's not like when I go watch other streamers, they have politics I don't agree with, but it's not like I'm in their chat shitting on them because of it, right? So like, I'm just in there to watch the person say hi to him, everything like that. I'm not in there to start shit with anyone because I don't do that. I don't. I just think it's kind of funny. Wanted to set their record straight. All right, these are gonna be super crunchy tacos I'm about to eat. But I get it. In this space, there's a lot of out-grouping, right? So, like, you want to warn somebody, this guy's not in your group. But some people might make assumptions about that, for me in particular, that I think would be totally wrong. It is, yeah. Dude, I was watching... the Summer Game Fest thing. Hell yeah. Oh, I guess I'm not logged in. Let me feature this clip. Excellent. I was watching the Summer's Game Fest thing in the live chat on YouTube, and it was like the minute there was like anything, it was like if there was a female character on the screen or anything, it was just like woke, 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 woke. I think it's trolling, right? That's the thing with gamers is like you don't know. But gaming Twitter is fucking is so annoying. I don't even know who Indie Game Clinic is. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know this guy. Is he one of those opinion dudes? Video game designer, critic, and educator. Oh, it tells everyone how to build games. Oh, I got you for the gatekeeping thing. He'll rip your game apart, offer no advice, and claim it's advice. Gotcha. Oh my god. Okay. Taco stream over. Do you see what's happening here, though? I think we're getting to a point where if we do this array, right? This is why I prefer that kind of data structure for this stuff anyways. Eventually, this is probably, except for the animation player, everything here is going to end up in the core loop. In the core, like, game code. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, all of this. I mean, it just doesn't need to be... That's why warnings are nice to have. Yeah, I do feel a little gross. Like, for me personally, the idea of getting more votes for being a subscriber feels a little gross. But it also kind of makes sense because I'm exerting a lot of my time on someone else's stuff. So it's like, okay, I feel like it's a fair thing to be like, well, if you're, subbed, there should be something a little bit more to be like, okay, you're kind of contributing to my time on this. But what I get worried about with this is unintentionally creating a FOMO thing where people feel like they must watch in order to I would artificially be driving up engagement. I guess in some ways a lot of engagement is artificial, if I'm to use a term like that, like engagement. All right, so we can get rid of all this thing here. sometimes I'll raid somebody. It's always when I raid the bigger guys. There's certain bigger guys that I'll raid and I'll just be like, ugh. Like, I'm never raiding them again. Ugh. It's just like the sort of, I don't know. Sometimes there's just a vibe. I'm reverse size shaming. Yeah, yeah. No, it's like, you know, you raid and it's like, oh, you know, tell me what you're working on. Go ahead and, I don't know, there's like a certain thing where it's like, okay, I get it. You're trying to increase your chat output right now. I get it. I get it. Like, Twitch is telling you they incentivize chat, right? Like, I don't know. It gets a little. I forget to do that with people when they raid. I'll usually put them on blast though. Like, I'll open up their Twitch stream and look at it. But I've been forgetting to do that lately because my mind's been so scattered. I'm not seeing a problem with that. It's a tone thing. Like, I don't mind people doing that. But there is a certain like delivery of it where I'm like, it feel I don't know how to describe it. It's like a tone thing. But it's like probing. It's too much probing where it's like, you know, okay, we're on 3 times. Okay, now we're on 4 times. It's like, okay, you got to stop. I once saw someone say shit like, ew, 10 viewers to... No, that's awful. Like superficial concern, yeah. When it doesn't feel genuine. Yeah, it feels plasticine. It feels car salesman. That's when it's gross. It's like, ugh, this doesn't make me feel good. Conrad Grit, thanks for the follow. There's this guy right now, Flack on Twitch X saying, I got some support, but not enough during Switch 2 streams. Is it Grit? Grit? Grit. I want to say Grit. Conrad Grit. I fixed that? Oh, no problem. Great. Okay, now I feel like O'Toole. Conrad Great. Okay. All right. You got to remember that. Anyways, yeah, it's just a tone thing. It's like a gross like car salesman vibe. Or like a guy trying to get a girl to sleep with him by being trying to be like interested in what she has to say. But he's really not, you know, but he's feigning like super interest, and it's like dude, you're soaking wet with interest right now. It's really weird. My when I do it, I'm like, what are you working on? It's like I'm pantsing them in high school because I just open up their stream and I start scrubbing through it. I'm like, what are you working on? I put it on the stream and I start scrubbing. So I have a different approach. Advice from... Yeah, it's totally what I said. Okay. So we're going to append to an enemy array. And... how about we just do a dict? We'll just use a dict. We were talking about dicting this up, and then we didn't dict it up. What's the plural of status? Status I? Stati? Do we need anything other than whether or not it's looking for somebody? Let me see if my neighbor's still out. Update! There we go. He's gone! Maybe not. I see a vehicle. Damn it! Want to play fetch with Calvin. It's super hot right now. Really got the spine down. Hell yeah. They came in handy. Those cameras came in handy when my neighbors lost their dogs. The dogs got out, and I was able to tell them they're headed east. They headed east at this time. But it took me like an hour to figure out how to scrub them. Neighbor won't let you. He's threatened to shoot him, so I just don't want him to see him ever again. So that's how we handle that. And he's not my neighbor anymore. If anyone's going to claim that they're going to take a gun and point it at my dog when my kids are in the yard and shoot it, then I'm not engaging with that person anymore. I'm getting you angry? He's getting me angry. I didn't do anything. Yeah, no, it was that was an awkward thing. Something in his mind just decided that he wasn't going to be our neighbor anymore. Basically, he just kind of had it, and I think it was over a pile of sticks. Okay, so we size it. I got you. No, it's definitely like not a good feeling. Not a good feeling. Okay, so now... See, I don't like this. I guess it should be spelled right. Okay. So this is going to get rid of a lot of code, which I'm happy about. Okay, so now we have our enemies. We're resizing, and then our current state right out of the box for status target is going to be looking. So we're going to say... Okay. And then I guess on our process step, okay, I gotta figure out what's going on with my dog. I'll be right back, guys. I might have to play fetch. Okay. We got a water feature going for Calvin. And so we're going to go ahead and play some fetch. I'm going to run an ad. And it'll be probably 10 minutes of fetch. I don't know. It's pretty hot, so he's going to get tired pretty quick. But you guys will get to see him go lay in the pool. He likes to lay in the pool. It's real sweet. And yeah, we'll play some fetch. I'll be back. Where is my... I have some other glasses that... Ah, here they are. Somehow they're covered in dust. I just put these down today. That's weird. All right. Calvin decided to jump in the creek. So he's now soaking wet, and he's a bad dog. He's sopping wet. I should have had the other camera going. You guys could have seen him jump in. Good thing he doesn't have an earache. I know. I wonder how he got that earache. I wonder. Wonder how that happened, Cal. Let me see this video you sent. Wonder how that happened, Calvin. Gotta wonder.
All right, guys, that's it for today. I do want to say to those who did support, thank you. It's a shame because, you know, with a new console launch, I got a ton of viewership, which I appreciate. It would have been great to have more support. I'm not going to lie. Basically, I barely even covered the cost of the console in the game with what I made today. Now, over time... obviously the console is going to be worth it. So it's not like, oh, it's a loss thing for me. It's not. Don't think of it that way. All right, guys.
Okay, without full context of before and after, there's worse ones too. Yeah. But given that, that's a foot and mouth kind of thing. This is a foot and mouth situation. This statement.
The cost of the console. Basically, I barely even covered the cost of the console in the game with what I made today.
There are some people who don't make that much money working full time. I mean, think about the math on minimum wage. If you're in a state without a local minimum, I mean, even if you were in, say, California, what's it at? Like $11 or something? 7.25. Yeah, it's 7.25. Yeah, it's the same here for the federal minimum. But I mean, if you work at like Target here, you're gonna get 13. So it's not. It depends on where you're working and stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's. I mean that. I don't even know what to like. I feel like right now. I mean, how many people are watching right now? So I don't normally. So 15. That's like a classroom almost. That's a lot of people. Imagine how many people he had to have that day, giving him like whatever it is he gets for streaming revenue, to be even able to cover that in a single day, and he's not grateful. So all right, dude. Okay. That's bonkers. Most streamers, it's like 1% that donate 99%. Yeah, that's second for me. Seconds, I call second my patron saint. He's my patron saint. And he just said that I looked very handsome, sexy, and strong with my cool hat outside. Didn't quite say it that way, but I'm going to interpret it that way. To be in the top 10% of Twitch streamers, you need an average of 11 or more viewers per stream. Damn! If you average 6 viewers, you're already in the top 21%. Think about how many people are Not to feel my imposter syndrome or anything. I mean, if you're look in real life, right? If I'm playing a video game and I have a friend who's there with me, watching, talking, I would feel so lucky. Because I don't even have that in real life, you know? So to have it when you stream, I mean, who was that guy outside? I don't know. Who was that guy outside? Yeah. Yeah. I experienced that too with game streaming back in the day when I was doing it. It was actually YouTube gaming when that thing launched. I was able to do pretty well on that, but I was doing very specific things and it got really stressful. Kind of got this weird feedback loop of I wouldn't call it toxicity, but like just the realization that my audience was very young, and it created this almost moral obligation that I felt, where it created such a sensation of like petrifying, like I don't know, it made it so that I didn't want to do it because it felt like too much responsibility to set an example. All right, so we've got our dummies, we've got our enemies. And for dummies and enemies, we're going to say the same thing we did here. Okay, so that stays the same. So now all we have to do is the loop to check distances. So when we're targeting, we just need to find the closest one, right? And we'll just presume that once we have a target, we don't need to find another target. And then we'll get notified when a dummy is killed and when an enemy is killed. And so long as we know those two things, then we'll be set. So died, and we're gonna get rid of all this stuff, and we're gonna say kill hit. So when we got a queue free, we're gonna emit signal died, and then in our code here, when we're creating an enemy, we have this kill target connection. We're gonna get rid of that. So kill target. No, we're going to keep that. That's letting us know that they killed the target. New enemy died. Connect. Enemy died. And then I'll just put this down here. Func. Enemy died. And I guess we can pass self. There's like two ways to do it. Let's just do it on the signal emission. Dude, YouTube. They want me to pay him. Enemy. Enemy. And then all we got to do here is just take them off the list. So we just pop them off. Or we erase. Some of these... Okay. So enemy died. erase enemy. And then on our loops, so our process step, we're just going to go through both of these, look at their status, and if they're looking for someone to nuke, we can say to do that. And we should probably, we don't have to do this all the time. So for dummy in dummies, if dummy, if dummies dummy status target equals target looking, who you calling a dummy? So target looking, and I guess we do need a status of alive or dead. Let's keep doing this though. So for enemy in enemies, we're gonna get we need the closest enemy. So this is always the thing about distance checks that are interesting to me, which is that what do you set your initial, like when you're trying to find closest, right? Do you just set some crazy high value and then bring it down from there? I guess you could do that. If you knew you had a 32-bit int, you could just set it at its maximum, right? And then immediately scale it down. So it's always like a thing where it's like, oh, well, this the initial thing, I don't know. Var last shortest distance. We're gonna well, I'll just put it at like 1,000 for now as a float. Although if we're square rooting it, does that mean we're always going to get a okay, so then from the dummy position, distance squared to enemy position, if our, see, this is, you want to bake some things here. Don't, if you're doing for loops, declare your inner loop variables on the outside. And then we'll still sign it here as to 1,000. And I guess it's just be a float. Shortest distance, dummy position, distance to, and this is nearest enemy. Okay, so if the shortest distance is this, so the shortest distance is less than blah 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 blah, distance to shortest distance, current enemy distance, float. Okay, current enemy distance equals that. Then if current enemy distance is less than shortest distance, then shortest distance equals current enemy distance. And then we say current enemy, nearest enemy equals enemy, which is this. Okay, and then after the loop is over, Then we say, we tell the dummy who to target. So we say dummy, and then we give it the target. So in our dummy code, current target. So we're going to say, we don't have a setter. We probably should do a setter to start this loop. So func target new target is going to be an enemy. Current target equals new target, and then we say aim. Okay. Parser error. So game code is still busted right now. So dummy target enemy, nearest enemy. Okay, so that should be the loop for each dummy, and then if we find it, if we happen to find a target, right? So it's possible that we don't. So for this dummy, once we do this, I guess we should check the size of enemies. I don't know. I don't think it's something to worry about right now. So if we haven't found target, we just say that. Okay. And on dummy, we can set a debug, the debug here, just to see it in real time. Although, at this rate, I mean, we should have some minimum, like we can do the closest distance thing, like we can have a cap, right? Because right now there's gonna always be shooting, but I think that's probably good. Okay, so that's for our dummy code. Now we just need to flop it around, flippity flop it. So we just do the exact same thing, but for enemies. So we say blah, 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 like this. And actually, we're doing this every process step. So we're inside another loop, right? So realistically, this should be on our up here for performance, right? So put these son of a bitches up here. All right, put them up there. And this should say shortest enemy distance. Enemy shortest distance. Yeah, we're going to break everything again. Enemy shortest distance. Enemy current distance. And enemy nearest. And then dummy shortest distance, dummy current distance, dummy nearest. Sound good? Okay. Then enemy shortest distance, current enemy current distance, okay. How's that for refactoring? I'm definitely not being like, this guy used to use Vim and now he's fucking tripping over his toes. Okay. Enemy nearest. Okay, so that's rewrit for that, and now we say dummy shortest distance, current dummy distance, dummy shortest distance, dummy current distance. It is a time thing. Somebody brought up yesterday that the guy who programmed what's that game that's notoriously like, oh, it's crap. The code is crap. Not Animal Well, that's good code. What the fuck is it called? It's an RPG. Does anybody know? Enemy and enemies. Friend of mine, her daughter was talking my ear off about it. Oh, well, I'm almost done. I'm literally almost done. Okay. So that's the loop for and then for the enemy, we just say enemy target. So we don't have a target function on this one. And in our case, we say just target and we give it to it. So func target, new target, dummy. I think we're all set. I'm almost ready to test this. Target equals new target. And on dummy, what do we call it? Current target. Could not parse. Oh, yeah. Okay. So when we do a kill, from enemy And then what we're going to say is, enemies from enemy status target looking. And enemy died. And if enemy dies, kill. So wait, is that accurate? Enemy died? Yeah, so if that's the case, something killed it. So on the laser, I think we need a message of who sent it. Who did this laser come from? So shot Han Solo. So the Han Solo of the laser so when we shoot the laser, we're gonna just attach a little thing. This is where it came from. Han? Oh geez, I'm not a real fan. He's a fake! He's a fraud! What's funny is that happens so much in Star Wars, like the Gungans and the Millennium Falcon, because Han calls it the Falcon, and everyone else calls it the Falcon. Shot first. We'll call it shot first. The Han paradox. the hand paradox. Who shot first? The dummy. Really the laser code here. We're doing all this here. A lot of this should probably be just in an initializer. The Star Trek futile versus futile. Oh yeah. You can't expect those guys to remember everything, but it's pretty funny. As far as like you'll watch a show and there's something that's just always been, and the actors come back like 30 years later. They've never even seen the fucking show, and so they say something wrong. It hits so much harder when it's futile. Yeah, so yeah, 100%. Han paradox is self. Han. All right. So then when the enemy emits signal died, where's that happening at? Died. Self. And we're getting hit. Now, what is going on here? No match. Laser. Hit. So we say hit, and then we'll just pass the Han paradox over. We're getting cute with this, but then we're immediately going to change it. Who shot first? Dummy. Dummy. Who shot first? Now, if they die, the dummy who shot first is the one who has the kill shot.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Courage Dev, thank you for the follow. So, died is going to include the dummy. Who shot first? Dummy. Okay, then on enemy died, it's going to take dummy. Dummy who shot first. Dummy. So we get rid of the enemies from the enemy array, and then we're going to set the dummies back to looking. Now, do we think this is going to work on the first try? Hello. What game is this? It's a chat game where on Fridays I play people's games, and I needed a lottery system for people. So we created this way of joining a raffle, basically. Every time you enter, you have that many more chances to win until you win. And the way that you watch the raffle play out is, instead of just like me picking a number or rolling a random dice or whatever, you see like a battle happen on the screen. It's still a work in progress. We just got it working this last Friday for last Friday. But you join when it's actually running, you'll say exclamation point play my game. And your a ship will arrive with your soldiers in it. And then we do battle stations, and the ship goes to land, and we instantly crash. Excellent. Invalid access to property kill target. Okay, so do we not have kill target on enemy anymore? Kill. I must have gotten rid of it. Signal. Kill target. Dummy and self. And from enemy. Okay. Try it again. We're in the middle of refactoring some of the code. So we're changing how we're calculating who to fire on. We'll see if it's going to work right now. Okay, so now we need some variation in the firing, because they're... Oh my god. Should we do, I do feel like the proximity, the distance thing is important. So I do think that I should lower the distance that we're checking to fire on from the, so let's change the timing on the shooting. So when we go to aim, we'll have a random range timer for when we fire again. And I think to make it fair, the way it should work is we're taking... So we're always taking a chunk out of 1 second time, and then we're letting it breathe when we need to, so that we're always still technically firing at the same like rate per minute or whatever, but it's not always consistent. Does that make sense? So that way it's like pew, 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 and everyone's firing at different rates. So only bad guys move around for now. For now, I'm gonna make the players spawn in a. So the way the players, for now, yes, this is true. But eventually, so if we imagine the spawn positions of the player as being like this, right? Right now, everybody's right in the middle, like this. But eventually, I'm going to kind of do something like this, where we just sort of randomly pick an area inside the grid, so that at least it looks a little more random, the placement. But yeah, I feel like they should only be moving around inside their grid area, and we should let them back up away from enemies and stuff. Does grid have any meaning? The placement of the soldiers on the battlefield is random. I didn't want them to all be grouped together or something like that, because I want to keep the probability aspect of everything, and I feel like it's, if you have like a large amount of soldiers, you're almost guaranteed the expiry on my paste bin is broken. What happened? I don't know. But yeah, having them like back up and stuff would be cool, or grouping together. I just, once you start throwing in that logic, weird things will happen, and we might not know. The other thing is, I would like to put in a behavior tree stuff. That would be cool. It's totally my fault. I hacked the mainframe and erased the startup database. So let's do that for the aim, where we await some random time. Get tree, create timer, rand float range between 0 and 1 second. And then we want to wait on the timer's timeout. All right, let's see how this does for a little bit more. Pew, 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 pew. Here we go. Everyone just appears. So now that the bad guys can so easily target, we need to change some balance here. Now that the bad guys can so easily target, it's so how, on an animation player, how do you adjust the custom speed here? I feel like the aiming needs to be quicker. Custom blend is default -1. Let's double the speed. Current animation length divided by 2. I also feel like let's just see what this does. Oops. See, we're looking for area entered. Enemy. I don't think they're hitting any of the bad guys. There we go. previously freed. So the dummy that, oh, this is crazy. So the bullet in transit, the dummy that fired the bullet has died. That's what's happening here. So we not only want to check if the enemy is valid just to be safe. What we want to do, what we're supposed to be doing here is checking if the instance of the dummy that fired the bullet is still even there. And I suspect this is going to continue to happen throughout the chain of this. Because at any point it could be that the... A Free Fire Team Fortress. Why are there so many... Again, it's another... So we need, the logic's not quite right. It's looking better. They're shooting a lot faster. Everything is better now. So, like, we either slow down the enemy spawn rates or what, right? So, one of the things we should do is every time we fire... we should go back and say, okay, I'm done. And that way we know to get a new that way we know to get a new Jesus, Calvin. Why is he not down here with me? Oh, that's right, he's soaking wet. He's locked in his crate upstairs and he's mad. We're gonna lose. Yeah, it's exactly like that. So on game, when we add and I don't think we need to do this anymore here. We do it here.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Thank you for the follow, Kip. K Pimpin. How's it going? Ah. Time put my pen. Go for it. self. Okay. Let's make sure this works. So we're going to see a break here and a break here. And wish us luck. If it doesn't work, we're all going to fire once and then nothing else is going to happen. They're just going to all die. What we want to do is select a new nearest target every time we shoot. And it looks like it's working. It's mayhem! I like that every time I'm testing this, the load gets bigger. Damn it. Previously freed. Oh. I'm not testing the right thing. I guess we could queue free it on the other side, and I think that would prevent us. I gotta turn. Hang on, guys. It's mayhem! See, why isn't he shooting? Why did they all just drop dead? What the hell's going on here? Stability, huh? Oh God, I gotta deal with this. Oh my God, this whole time. I hope I wasn't muted this whole time. That would have been funny. I'm going to end the stream, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. Shadow Legends. 16 of you hanging out. I really appreciate it. We're making some good progress here. I think it's the order that we're doing things in. I think if we queue free after we remove from the array, then I think I don't have to do nearly any of these checks, right? Because it'll just be off the stack. So I think that's the way to go. So, anyways, let's see who we can raid. It's looking cool, though. I'm really excited about this. Hypnotic Games. All right, Slendy, let me check it out.
There's debate there, but it's ambiguous. It just says third-party services that combine activity platforms. It doesn't specify on screen.
You got a strong design for it? Nice.
Third-party Apple plugin? No.
See, next time we're gonna lose.
No. So it literally.
Fiara, thanks for being here. I needed to do shoutouts. I wasn't doing shoutouts. I'm not doing a good job of that.
I build something, so I built my overlay.
I look very yellow on the screen.
Not Twitch. It's
All right, buddies. See you guys. Where's my raid button? Where's my raid button?
there are things you could.